Hey, Alex. Hey, what's up, Terrell? Oh, you build Gundams? Do you just put them together, or do you paint them as well? I know there's like what? There's the ones that you just kind of snap together. I do know some. Is there like high-level Gundam kits and low-level ones, or are they all paintable? I don't know much about them. I know my college buddy used to collect them. What's up, Raz? Hey, Henry. For this Harley Quinn, we only have one head for it, but I redid the hair. It's the sideshow head that came with it, but we took off the piece and I sculpted the hair. I still got to wrap the rope around it and add the eyes. Yeah, that's what I thought, Raz. Like I said, I know my college buddy. He has a couple Gundams, but he has these huge box Gundams. Like they're freaking humongous boxes. Yeah, I'm not into like the robots too much. My buddy is though, so whenever I go visit him, he shows me all the stuff he's got. I think back around like 2003, I picked up a few at like Toys R Us and put together for fun. But then I gave them to him, or I sold them off at a garage sale or something. I mean, as far as robots go, the only things I really were into was like Transformers. But I know my college buddy is getting these Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle Gundam things. They're like Gundams. They look like the turtles, but I know he's really stoked about those. Sadly, Alex, I don't know who that is. I don't think I've ever saw that movie. Oh, yeah, I don't really remember that. I think I've only seen that movie like twice. Not into like the aliens or predator stuff much. Raz, you said you got that printer, right? Have you hooked it up yet, or you haven't ordered it yet? Ah, okay. Yeah, sadly, I'm not really into horror movies much or any. I'm mostly like a comedy fan. So all the comedy movies I've always seen, but I'm not really into like horror stuff or Godzilla or any of that stuff. That's not too bad, Raz. Especially if we don't print the bases for it, it'd probably be better. Hey, what's up, Rukin? No, I don't use any of the Krylon stuff. I use whatchamacallit, Vallejo Mecha Varnish. I'll grab a bottle. I just actually ordered 4 bottles because supposedly they're changing the formula. So I found somebody on eBay selling them. So I figured let me grab 4 bottles now while I could. Unless this is the new formula. So this is the old label. I guess this is the new label, or somewhat. Hopefully it's not like a knockoff. Better not be a knockoff. Maybe this is it looks the same. I don't know. But anyway, going through the airbrush with this stuff will flatten almost anything. It's a really nice varnish flat. Just gotta be careful though. This stuff will clog up an airbrush because sometimes it like gets a little cakey. So yeah, the Krylon flat coat out of the can. You have to be very careful with it. Well, at least back in the day, I had issues. What happened is when I sprayed it on a statue or a painting, what happens is the sometimes it comes out like in a white foam or something, and it actually like whited up the whole statue I sprayed, and also like an oil painting I did back in art school. So ever since then, I don't use those spray cans of Krylon. Because I don't know, maybe it was just a bad can, but I've always had bad experience with them. So I'd rather have to go through the airbrush and have better control. Matte and flat are the same thing. It just depends on what people want to call it. Matte varnish, flat varnish. It's kind of like so. If I sprayed that Mecha varnish on top of this clear coat, it would cloud it a little bit, but it would flatten it and take away the shine. It really is a good stuff. Now they also make a satin and gloss. Hold on, I think I. So these are some of the older bottles. So what it does is it goes matte, satin, then gloss. So the gloss will make it shine a little bit more. The satin is kind of between matte and gloss, where it won't make it glossy, but it won't make it flat. And then matte is like the flat varnish. Now, in theory, you can make your own satin just by buying these two bottles and make it, and get a satin. But it's just kind of like, these are kind of like how it works. So satin, like if I sprayed the item in a pearl, but I wanted to make it look a little bit like spandex, the satin will take down that pearl and sort of flatten it a little bit, and it'll keep a little bit of the shine, but not completely take away the shine. But supposedly Vallejo is now selling it in these bottles. I guess they changed up the formulas. I've noticed this stuff is a little bit more gummy. So I think I need to buy like a thinner, an airbrush thinner, and maybe use that to thin these down. I'll have to experiment with these a little more. Yeah, this is a sideshow Harley Quinn. It's called Polystone. It's resin, but mixed with a stone powder to make it feel like more like a marble statue, but it still is resin. So that's what Polystone is. But it's basically the same type of resin if you got a two-part resin at a store. It's just got a stone powder in it. Hey, what's up, nice guy? Yep, good old Friday. Actually get to go into a comic book show tomorrow. North Jersey. I haven't been to one in a while. So, actually looking forward to that. So I mixed some mahogany with the red, so, and we're gonna texture it up a bit. How was the Dallas one? Jinx, is that the video game character? The one with like the pigtails hair, if I'm thinking correctly? Yeah, that's why I'm going to the Jersey one. Only looking for a couple of comics, but mostly it's just to go to meet one artist, Joe Staten. I've been wanting him to sign a couple books. But most of the other artists I want to see are going to be at like Baltimore and stuff. Hey, what's up, House One? Yeah, good to be back to work. If your needle's getting stuck, you might be pushing it in too far, and then you might have split your tip piece. Whenever you put your needle in, right? Whenever you put this in and you slide it down in there, don't jam it all the way down there, and also make sure it goes to a point and then stop it and lock it in place. Because if you screw around with this and you lock it too far and you jam it forward, that little so the very tip of your needle, there's like that nozzle. If that starts to split open, like if the needle starts to split open and break open, your needle's always going to get stuck, and then you got to replace it. And those little nozzle pieces are like whatchamacallit, they're like 30 bucks now. So if you're getting stuck all the time, you might have split it open. Usually I have backups. Yeah, so these little tiny little nozzle pieces here, you know, these little, because I have this backup. So if that little tiny nozzle piece, that little tiny thing starts to break open and starts to open up, that's shot. And then if you're always getting stuck in there, then that could be a problem because you jam the needle in too far. And even when you put the needle in the airbrush, you can't like jam it in there. So you got to be very careful with that. But if you want a good airbrush that does fine stuff and good misting, but not overspray, but not underspray, is the Highline. This one, HPCH. This is the one I use for almost all the time. So you have your cup, you have your piece here, and this is what I was just using just now. So this thing is great for spraying semi-heavy, but it's great for good details. But it's also not. It's my workhorse brush. It's not the best detail brush on the planet, but it's good enough to do, you know, airbrushing. But I always have backups of needles and stuff because you never know if you bend it or you drop it or any of that stuff. I could probably show it on the other camera a little bit better. Let's let this paint dry and I'll show you. I think I got some old parts that might be able to explain a little bit better. Sometimes I save stuff. Yeah. So we'll show you what I mean. I've lost a lot of tips and needles and stuff in my day. I gotta put the AC on though, it gets hot when it's so bad. Close as we can, and we'll kind of explain what happens. Alright, so if you take off your nozzle right here, alright, so you see your needle? Alright, so when you put your needle in, if you jam that too far in, this piece will start to split open. And then what happens is your needle starts to go in deeper and deeper, and it'll start getting caught. So if you see these old pieces here, I just save them. I don't know why. They're like super backups, but so these are your little needles. These well, these are your nozzles. I guess they're called the nozzles. So you need to have all your tools when you sort of in there. So whenever so if this is shot on you and you need to replace this, you pop out your needle, right? And if you want to take this off and replace it, you get one of these iota like tools. There's like a wrench. So this wrench will help you turn this off, turn it around and pop it off. Because if you try to use pliers or your hand, you can crush that piece up there. So if you ever go to clean it, these are called reamers. It's like a half a needle. See how it's like a half a needle? So if you ever pop that piece off and you want to clean it, you don't jam this in there. You don't like jam it in there, but you kind of put it in there a little bit and then sort of just like turn it, and it'll help scrape off the paint onto that half a needle point. But if you jam your needles in there, like if it, like this is my old one, so if you jam your needle in there and you keep pushing it, it's getting stuck. You're just starting to like split that open. But what you want to do is you want to invest in super lube, because this comes with iota airbrushes. So super lube is sort of like it kind of helps keep the needle and paints from sticking. So you don't need much. This is what I do. I don't know, maybe I do it wrong. But whenever I clean out my needles, I give a little bit of a layer of the super lube on the needle. And then when you put it in here, you know, it goes in and it doesn't really stick, and it helps kind of keep the lubrication in the little Teflon part that's in here. And you just do that, and you just don't put it all the way through. So you just got to be very careful not to crush that over time. And you can, if you do, like if you're popping the needle out and you're sort of like cleaning it, but then you jam it back in there, or say you're holding this backwards, say you're holding this back, and you put your needle all the way in, and then you tighten it, what'll happen is this spring is going to want to push it, and you're going to screw that up. So you want to have the spring in this all the way forward at all times, and just put the needle till it stops, right? And then lock it. Now, if you hit this down but you don't pull back, and it starts spraying, you could be clogged in your needle. Like your needle could be like, your nozzle could be like clogged in there, and you gotta sort of get gunk out of there. So there's you have a lot of parts. You have your I don't use my caps, because the caps to me to get too clogged. I'd rather see where I'm spraying. So you have your nozzles, your caps, your needle, your this is quick connect, you have your lever, you have your spring with this piece in here, you have this piece here. So there's a lot in there, but the Teflon in here is also, there is a little Teflon piece in here, and that Teflon could go bad over time. But these are all like just backups. These are, I just saved these parts. I don't know why I saved them. I probably should throw them away. But yeah, these little nozzles here, these things are like $30 a piece. So a needle is like $12, $15, but these nozzles, when you screw these up, that's when you really start burning money. Yeah, so I use that so when I go to clean these nozzles, whenever I clean out my airbrush, I put them in my Winsor Newton brush cleaner. So I use the Winsor Newton brush cleaner. So this stuff is very like, it's like an acetone, but it's safe for paints, but it can eat up your Teflon and your airbrush. So I have these little cups, and I'll take this piece and I'll put it in there and let it sit for like 15 minutes, and then I'll use my tweezers, I'll pull it out, and then I sort of use my reamer or whatever they call these. You get these off eBay, and you can sort of clean inside that little nozzle. But you got to be very careful though, because you can screw up your nozzle with this piece too. And then, you know, when you when you pull off your nozzle, I use these like this short one, and then I'll be in the bathroom and I'll clean this out and get all that gunked up paint out of there. And then if you have to replace the Teflon, you need a Teflon screw, and the only way to get to the Teflon is taking all this stuff off and using this piece in here to unscrew it for the Teflon part. So yeah, there's a lot to learn, but you just got to be careful with it. IPA, what is that? See, I only use acrylics. I don't use lacquers and enamels. Just like you know, Terrell says, if you use lacquers and enamels, sometimes you got to replace that Teflon more often, I guess. That's why I have a brush dedicated to just like enamels. No, I don't use the alcohol. I use that formula that I got off what was it, DragonWorks channel? I think it's DragonWorks. I did it on my YouTube channel where you mix I mean, I could mix up some now from my airbrush cleaner. I want to say it was DragonWorks. I'll link it in the channel real quick.
What's the difference between DSLR, mirrorless, let's do DSLR is your secret.
Yeah, it was Red Dragon Model Works is where I got the formula. So if I go to mix, let's move her over to the other desk. So I buy the Glass Plus, the alcohol, and also the glycerin, which I probably should have made this up before I started my stream. But, so, because things have gotten expensive lately, I try to, whatchamacallit, so I have some water bottles. This was stuff that was stuck in my parents' garage, so I just use it now for this. So I put about, I used to put more Glass Plus in here, but I try not to put too much in anymore because everything's got on price. So I just fill up enough in there. I'll put a couple of the drops of the glycerin. Not too crazy. And then take some of the alcohol, the 71% alcohol. Throw a little bit in there, and then after that I just kind of use water. The only reason why I have the bottled water, like I said, it was in my parents' garage and it was there for months and months, so I'm just kind of using it now for airbrush cleaner. And then whenever I go to clean out my airbrushes, I go a little bit crazy, so I have my thing over here, my little nasty thing. So whenever like I'm cleaning out my airbrush, since it's cheap and you're not wasting a lot of money, I squeeze this in there and I kind of pour it out, and I get all that paint out of there without, you know, like spending crazy amounts of money on stuff. So you can see all the paint that goes into the cups, and then I pour this into a container outside and I let it evaporate. So that's kind of what I make up for airbrush cleaner. So I make a few bottles at a time. Red Dragon Works, they made it's a really good formula because ammonia will screw up your you know, your chrome, and I never really knew that until somebody told me. And this is just sort of like breaks the tension, I guess. I don't know. Just a couple. This is good for acrylics. Now this doesn't work for like enamels or lacquers though. But I use the squeeze bottles because this way I don't have to really, you know, get in crazy with the cup. I could just kind of squeeze it in there and burn it. And a bottle like this, if you get, I can't find those big jugs of this stuff. I only can find these. These are like almost $3 a bottle now. I guess, something like that. Hey, what's up, Raccoon? Yeah, so it's a cheaper way of making airbrush cleaner without like breaking the bank. I like it. I've been using it now ever since I posted that video and I found their video. So it's a good formula. It really is. They did I don't know how they discovered it or they came up with it, but I like it. And I wouldn't say this is like the best airbrush cleaner in the world. Like I wouldn't say it's like, you know, like the over-the-counter airbrush cleaner stuff, you know, that are specially formulated. But this is just cheaper and easier without, you know, spending crazy amounts of money. And that's how I mix up my stuff. I usually use sink water, but since I got all those water bottles. It's light, but the mahogany gives it more of a black leather look than just black paint. I like making the black a little bit dirtier leather than just straight up flat. To thin out my paints when I airbrush, I use water and alcohol. I use this bottle here to thin them out. So there's about that much alcohol and that much water, so about 10% for the acrylics. So I use like 70%. Now, there is some other paints I'm experimenting with that I have retarders for, but I haven't gotten those far with the paints yet. But that's what I just use, like, so if I have to thin out this Citadel paint for airbrush, I'll just put some of that water and alcohol into there, and I'll thin this down, and it goes through the airbrush no problem. That's what I do for acrylics. That won't work for enamels, though, or any of the other stuff. But acrylics and stuff, it'll work out fine. Make the heel a little bit darker. So it looks like it's got some moreness to it. A little bit dirty heel. Just like that. Alright, so we're going to put the satin varnish on the boots because it'll make it look a little leathery but not shiny and not flat like it is now. So this is what's good about it. I should probably order some more of the satin too. I'm not really a fan of the gloss too much from the Mecha varnish. I don't really use flow improver or retarder for any of my paints. At least I haven't had the need to for what I do. I know some people use it, but I can't give you good information on that. I just pretty much use acrylics and then the water and the alcohol and paint that way. Reason why I use water and alcohol is because in art school we used to have to put a little of the alcohol in the acrylics back then because they would grow mold. I've just gotten used to it over the years. One reason I don't use retarder or the flow improver is because I've had this years ago with certain paints. They would sort of gummy up the statue and they would take a few days to cure. So I don't know, I just don't use them really. You'd probably have to go on YouTube and find guys that actually use those stuff all the time, and they would probably give you better information. Yeah, no problem. Well, like I said, I'm sure there's other guys out there that, you know, that use this stuff way more than me and have a better understanding. Okay, next step. I'll have to go in and seal that later. Alright, so if I just try and put paint on this, it probably will stick, but not for long, so we want to give it like a good coat of the adhesion promoter, I guess. So we'll have to mask it off. Only because it comes out of the can. And if you try and use a brush on it, it'll probably warp it all up. Alright, this nail somewhere here. Kept on thinking the other diamonds were on the black part, but they're on the red part, so. Hey Matt, oh you're going to Evo? When is it? Is it still in Vegas? July? Okay. I wonder how Evo is with the new Street Fighter 6. Street Fighter 4, it was chaos. I loved it. So much hype. I could sit there all day long watching people just play Street Fighter 4 all day long. It was such a great weekend. But I'm just not into the new Street Fighters to bother going. Make sure you hit Gordon Ramsay's burger place in Caesars. Damn best burgers I ever had. It's good for lunch. We also went to Gordon's, was it the steakhouse in the Paris Hotel? I got that beef Wellington. Wasn't as good as I thought it would be. But that was the whole reason of going to the Evo, was also to experiment and try some high-end food places. We got the pizza in, it was like that little weird pizza joint in Paris Hotel. Worst pizza I've ever had in my life. Oh, okay, so if you live there, so yeah, that's different. But, you know, being in Jersey, going all the way out to Vegas was like, you know, try it once. I have to say, though, Vegas is a cesspool. I really didn't enjoy the whole atmosphere, because I'm not into gambling, so for me, it was kind of like, you know, just boring. The Street Fighter tournament was way more exciting than anything. I'm all about the food places, and and the Street Fighter. That was about it. We went on the strip, you know, by the fountains at night, you know, just to kind of get out and explore. And I don't understand why, but every crackhead comes up to me and asks me for money, or every crack dealer thinks like I'm like a buyer. I don't understand. Like, I'm with two of my other friends, and they come up to me instead. I don't know if I look like I'm into it, or they just wanted to talk to me. That's just my luck, though. Just sitting there, we're chilling, we're having a good time, and then boom, they come up to me. Yeah, if you're not that close, that's good, but still, I don't know. It's not into the whole Vegas scene. Okay, I got you. If I ever head out that way again, I'm going to Area 51. Gonna rush in there and see the aliens. Yeah, it's New Jersey isn't all that special anymore. So, but growing up here, it's you know, it's congested. That's pretty much all I could say. It is just congested. My goal is to hit like Heroes Con or something down in Florida. I want to go to one of those comic book shows. Maybe in another year or two I can head out to some of those shows. I want to move out to Texas. That's kind of where I wanted to move a long time ago, but things just didn't pan out the way I wanted. But looking at retirement, I would definitely move to Tennessee or Texas, or not that I'm going to retire, but I could get up and move my business anywhere. But I figure once the parents are long gone, I hit like in my 50s, 60s, I'm debating about getting the hell out of the state. I just know that when I get older, you can't retire in this state. This state is absolutely a nightmare. Yeah, Texas looks like a great place to move to, and I don't care about the heat, so it's kind of like the goal down the line. I've been to Florida a few times, not my thing. I mean, I don't know. Who knows? In a couple more years, everything's probably going to change anyway, so. Expecting the dollar to crash, and we all wait online for bread anyway, so. That's what I'm expecting. Or either that, zombies, one or the other. I'll take the zombies, though. Or I might end up in PA near my college buddy. He lives on a farm. I told him once the apocalypse comes, you're going to wake up one day and see me there on your property with an RV. So that's kind of my plan for the apocalypse. Be with the Amish people. Oh, I know, Raccoon. Every time I go out and see my college buddy, I stop off at the Amish farms that they have those little stands, and I stock up on whatever I can get: corn, vegetables. I hit the he took me to this one Amish stand where they have a lot of meats. They were frozen. They weren't actually freshly cut, but I grabbed a couple of those. But you'd be surprised. What is it in? Is it called Redner's or Redner's? What's the supermarkets out in PA? I forget. It's either Redner's or something else. But the meats in those stores are still better than the meats in the shop right by me in New Jersey. So Redner's, yeah, that's what I thought it was. Redner's. I think that's the one by his house. And everything's always cheaper, too. camera hates to be touched. Alright, the reason why I did all this is because I want to spray the clear coat of this, but since it's a little spot, it'll kill any of that other stuff, so. But this will help the acrylic to bond to it. So you can see it sort of dulled it down. Yeah, every time I go see my buddy, I got a cooler, and I put my frozen things in there, and I drive out there, and then whenever I leave, I do a crazy amount of food shopping out in the PA. Stop off at the stands, grab like as many veggies as I can, broccolis, whatever the hell they're selling. Watermelons are usually good too. I love the corn though. Even though we have Jersey tomatoes and Jersey corn at the farmers markets on Fridays, I still say PA is better. I'm going to try something here. Let's see if we let the red show a little bit with the blacks. Maybe that'll work. Yeah, Raz, that's what I try to do too. I try to stock up as much as I can. I haven't seen anybody that sell the peanut butter. I do know there's this one stand that sells honey. But every time I've gone there, the guy didn't have the stand open. So I always get pissed off. I don't know when this guy has a stand open for the honey. I would love to get some of that. I still say the best tomatoes I've ever had growing up were the tomatoes my father grew in the backyard. The old school tomatoes that look like dark red, and they weren't like these bright colors you have now. Best tomatoes ever. But those days are gone. Thinking of letting the red show a little bit. I don't know. Let's see how this. Let's play with it a bit, see how it shows. Maybe maybe not. Yeah, the red's showing very, very lightly, but not too much. That'll be good enough. Have to kind of clean up the edges a bit. Yeah, I think that looks okay. A little red showing, but kind of clean up the edges a bit. Still gotta get a bottle of clear red to fix this area underneath her legs. Hey, what's up, JC? What you buy? Get yourself a motorcycle or something? Midlife crisis? Macros? Yeah, I don't. I probably would have to see the character to know what you're talking about. One of those IPs I was never into. I can't link in chat. You have to email me or something. Yeah, no, that's no problem. Not big enough to have moderators and do all that stuff. Otherwise, you get spammers coming in spamming all kinds of crap. Could just be a recast, which isn't the end of the world. Just might not be a really great recast. I guess you'll find out. You gotta try once in a while. You never know if it's good or not. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Maybe I should do these triangles in metal too. Maybe that'll work. Probably look better this way. Yeah, it looks better that way. 1/8 scale? Not really. 1/8 scale is fairly small. Think like action figure small. Not Star Wars figure small, but a little bit bigger than I would think. 1/8. It's not really that big because it goes 1/8, 1/7, 1/6, and then it keeps going bigger and bigger from there. Yeah, I don't like small stuff because it's hard for me to see and get pain in there, so I turn down a lot of small stuff. But there is people out there who can do smaller stuff like no tomorrow, but I would have to see it. That's why all these people that paint these super small items, I give them a lot of credit because that's like super fine, magnifying glass, good eyesight stuff. The Savage Sea Dragon, they weren't that small. Well, yeah, I guess they kind of were. No, I worked on that Frozen Elsa, the little tiny video game thing that was like this big, and I turned her into a Sith Lord for somebody. I think that's the smallest item I've ever worked on. Grinded this down, so maybe this fit in here now. Wash my hands. Gonna wrap some rope around the hair. I still got to do the necklace and then the base and then touch-ups, but it's just kind of almost there in the eyes. Sorry about the lighting. I think it's the white and everything is kind of throwing it off. But we're gonna wrap up the hair now. Grab the towel. Hair. So left side will be black, right side will be white on the hair. I have some red rope. I don't have red rope, but I got fake leather stuff, which we'll use this instead. Guess we got some black. That's all I got. Damn, I thought I had actual red rope. Nope. A little things of rope here. Are you guys trying to post stuff in chat? Because I don't have any of that turned on. Hey Scott. You're moving? Where'd you move to? I don't know if I should... Should we just tie it around and let it like dangle? Or should we just wrap? I think we should tie it around and let it like dangle. If I could get it to dangle correctly. Let's try. See how we can get this to experiment. I mean, not dangle that far, but sort of, or tie it into a bow. I don't know. Let's see how how it would look if it sort of just dangles down. Damn, Scott. Sorry to hear that. That's always chaos. course, if I do tie this, I'll have to do it again with some glue. So I like the rope. I don't know if it looks good dangling. Maybe I could try a bow. A bow up there and a bow there. Try that, see how that works. If I have enough rope to do it. The longest red I got, so that's not gonna look right. I think just sort of like that. Just kind of hit it with the knot and let two pieces hang down on the back like this. Cut it to like by the neck. I wasn't paying in chat. If you want, Raz, if you want to email me your DeviantArt page, I can link it in chat. I just don't have any of that texting and stuff on YouTube because I need moderators to have all that stuff going. Yeah, I'm not about to go that far with YouTube. Garage kits in the 80s? Yeah, I'm sure they're not that well detailed and probably pretty crappy. Not that you can't fix them and make them work, it's just going to take some work on it. I think this is what I'm gonna do. Tie it there and just let it hang. Or do we not have it hang? Do we just put rope around the edge and not have it hang? Or do we let it hang? I don't know. What do you guys think? No, this is just Harley, what if. I don't know, maybe if it hangs, it'd be too distracting in the back. Kind of looks okay though. Don't have enough red to do like a bow back there like that. I could just wrap it around, not even do a bow or anything. Put a bunch of glue, wrap it around, cut it, and then leave it as so. Problem is I can't get the bow to look perfect and put it to where you want it, you know, because it's I got the bow to stay up there. It doesn't. Alright, just gonna wrap it around. So what we'll do is some glue. Alright, sort of get a little bit of a starter to wrap it around. A little glue. When you get it, if it's a 1980s kit, I'm sure it's not going to be highly detailed. You might see a lot of pinholes, which means you'll see a lot of like little bubbles, but like pinholes inside the item in certain areas. Also, when you mold an item, like say you were to mold this head, and say you're going to pour the mold in this direction. So sometimes what happens is resin won't go up to the nose area or won't go up to the upper lip or chin depending on the mold, because you have to have an airflow going up. So sometimes you might see a bubble underneath the chin or underneath the nose, so you have to rebuild that stuff. So if it's an old kit, you might miss some of those details. But if it's not like a highly detailed kit and it's more like an old action figure like G.I. Joe, it'll probably be fine. It just won't have detail. That's the only downside with the old kits. I like when I used to get some of these older kits back in the day. When I say back in the day, I say around like 2005, 2006. So a lot of these guys would make like a Batman bust, and they would make 25 copies. But I would have to charge people once I saw the kit in hand, because I was like, I don't know who molded and cast it, and it could be a nightmare to rebuild, Yeah, you could fill it in. You could fill in the pinholes and stuff with like Tamiya putty, other putties, filler primer. You could fill it all in. It just takes time, Like just imagine somebody casted up this statue, but the resin started curing before they filled all the mold up. And then all of a sudden you have all these little pinhole bubbles all over the leg. So you have to sit there and putty it and fill it all in and smooth it out. And then you might have pinholes underneath certain areas. They're really... But that's what I'm used to here. Over in Japan, they might have done better jobs. So you never really know. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. It could be a really nice kit for its age, or it could be just, a blob of resin. Who the hell knows? Yeah, I mean, it could be a good casting, it could be a shit casting, it could be maybe minor issues. I've had stuff where I've had to rebuild the whole damn like arm or leg, or I've had problems where I told people like I cannot work on this item because like there's so many bubbles in there that you lost the whole entire like they have to get a recast. You have to cast another copy. So I don't know. I can't really tell you what one way or the other whether it's going to be good or bad. It all depends once you get it in hand. You'll know in hand if it's a piece of shit or if it's not. I think that's wrapped pretty good. I don't think we need to go any more than that. Glue. Should put a new blade in here. Oh, I don't have any issues with kits these days compared to what I had back in the day. Um, Even nowadays, guys who mold and cast, most of it comes from China, from Smooth On. You know, I mean not Smooth On, from Ownage, and all their items are so like well put together and ready for paint. It's good, and even 3D printers. I haven't really come across like a 3D print where it was a nightmare to clean up. Only if it's a really old, crappy 3D print where you get a lot of those like lines, then it's a pain in the ass. But even then, you can't really fix it if it's that bad. But 3D printers are getting better and better to the point where I don't even see an issue anymore. Like Raz is getting a new printer, and I'm sure that's going to blow his other one out of the water. So the way I see it now, 3D printers, you buy a printer this year, and then literally in a year, the next generation is going to be 10 times better. And in 3 years, the one you have is going to be like obsolete. Just that's how fast 3D printing is getting better and better. Yeah, like I said, look, I was in graphic design, and when I first started getting into graphic design after art school, there was inkjet printers, and they costed like $30,000 for a company to have one, you know, or $21,000. And then before you knew it, inkjet printers were in like Staples, and you know the company I worked for could buy one for like $200, and it was like amazing. And then by the time I was getting closer to the end of my career in graphic design, laser printers when they first came out were like $50,000, and then by the time I lost my job in 2012, laser printers were in like Staples for like $100, $50, $60. So if you look at just laser printers and inkjet printers on how fast that evolved, that's what's happening with 3D printers. That's why when I get a 3D printer, I want to make sure it's going to be something I get and last a while. Because I know if I get one now, by the time it'll be obsolete. I mean, if it's your thing and that's what you want to do, like that's what Raz does and it's his thing, it's cool. But I just don't have the time and right now to add a 3D printer into what I'm doing. I just would never get anything done. I'd rather outsource now until I get to the point, you know. I don't know. I have no clue what you got, so you have to just see what you got once you get it. Could be a prototype, it could be a one-off, could be a recast, who the hell knows. All I know is Japan does not have license laws like we do in this country. So they have every right to take an item and mold and cast it because they don't have copyright laws. So I do know that it's a little different out there. So but at the end of the day, if it's something you got and you want and it's not the end of the world, then you're good. So I wouldn't get too hung up if it's not a legit item. It could be a recast, but it could still be, good. You work on it, and if you're happy with it, you're done. So I wouldn't get too hung up over it. Okay, I think that works. I want to do her eyes right now. Might as well. Let's do the eyes. Grab our little cup. Alright, so with these Extreme X decals, you don't need like a whole cup of water, just a little drop like that, and that's all you really need for water. It's not like it has to soak in a whole bath and stuff. But we do need our solva set, and then we gotta find which eyes we're gonna use. So, our sheet here, definitely blue eyes. So we're definitely on the bigger sheet than the smaller sheet. So we're this one here. So we'll do the brighter blue eyes on her. She's not gray eyes, she's got blue eyes. It's like everyone has blue eyes pretty much. So it's definitely this sheet. Alright, so I gotta cut this here. So we get all this stuff out of the way so we don't screw this up. Alright, so to cut these things are a little tricky. So I gotta cut it over here. So normally you have the upper eyelid covers the other eye, but those will be too big. Those will be good. So we're just gonna cut just a little bit off the top. A little bit off the top. So I've learned with these eyes, you gotta sort of try to cut them around the edge as best as you can. Because if you leave a little bit of a piece here and here, they don't like cover too well. So I got my glasses here. Let me see if I can cut these pretty well. So just gonna cut a little off the top. She's got such bug eyes. And I'm going to try and cut around the edge. Well, not cut, but sort of slice. So we'll slice down there. Slice down here. Sort of. I know you can't see what I'm doing too well, but. So I'm like scoring the film. So these are bigger. She's got bigger eyes, so cut off this little triangle. And then we just put it in the cup of water. So I'm falling. I gotta get my tweezers. This, we need this. They actually come off the film fairly good compared to the Archer stuff, so you don't need to soak them too long, but they don't. The Archer stuff seems to go over the eye and kind of flatten real quick because it's a thinner film, but this stuff's thicker. But once this stuff gets on there, I like these a little bit better now. Still a little bit more practice. So I like to just give a little bit of moisture to the eye. And then once it sets up a bit, and then use the Solvaset to sort of melt it onto the eye. And then once it's done and it's cleared, you could use like a clear coat over the eye, and then it sort of kind of forms and it looks better once it's done. Still takes a lot of practice. I think factories actually design it in a way where the decal fits the whole entire eye socket, so they don't mess up with like making them, you know, look at the wrong position. But I don't know if factories are doing that anymore. I think pretty soon factories are going to get to the point where they're going to design an item where you just like pop in like little eyeballs into there and makes it look real. I think they're already starting to do that, but from the back of the head. So that should be Alright, these might have been too big. Alright, these were way too big. Alright. Still getting used to these larger sizes. Those were too big. Sometimes, I doubt very much I'm ever going to use these yellow ones. Well, I know I got those. I already did the saber tooth head, so let's see if this brown one. I'll cut this brown one and see if this works better. Yeah, that's a good size. Alright. Yeah, so they don't like sink down right away. So you gotta go to the solve set, but even this sort of takes some time. A little bit tricky. One doesn't want to go down. I mean, they look really good on her. It's just it takes a while to get it to melt over the curve, I guess you could say. There's like a little air bubble underneath of it because it's trying to curve around. You don't want to like slap this the solva set all over the thing, but you want it to melt the eye enough just to stay in place. And the hard part is making sure they don't shift. And this one, every time I push this part down, the other part flops up. So hopefully this solva set will start to melt it a little more. They look great though on her. Got these nice bug-eyed, and then they add a little white dot later after it's all set on there. Come together nicely. This one's giving me a problem. Seems like some of the ink's coming off. Yeah, this one's all screwed up. It's the problem with working on ice on some of these items. I wonder if trying to put it in solve a set would be better. Let's do an experiment. Maybe solve a set would be the better option. This one looks semi-good, but it's not quite melted. I think the more you have a curve on the eye, the harder these are to get on. And these Harley eyes have a really good curve on them, so I mean this one looks good. It's just that it's not all the way down. I don't know, maybe solvaset's the way to go instead of water. I'm not really sure. Not quite ready yet. Always learning as I go, whenever I try something new. Not quite ready. Yeah, doesn't want to come on. Slide off faster with the water, but with the solvaset, it's taking sweet time. Yeah, like once it like starts to semi-dry, it seems, but it's soaked enough, you can sort of squeeze out the air bubble. So. You do not want to come off the paper with Solvaset. A little bit trickier with Solvaset, but we're getting there. Getting there. I dabbed a little hole in the center of the black just to see if that helps with like getting the air out. I could always put back paint on it later, but it seems that that might help a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. I gotta talk to Frank, but maybe just gotta really melt it with the Solvaset a certain way. I know once it clear coated, it'll stay on. I think it's just that these eyes are really curved. Stay. Just don't move. Still better than if I had to paint them. And if things went to all hell and say the paint got messed up, then I can make it look like she's crying. And then that could be like, you know, if you screwed it up, at least with Harley, you could kind of fix it in a stupid way. It's getting there, slowly. some paint came off the corner. I'm gonna have to fix that. That's the only problem with Solvaset. Solvaset can really screw up your paint. Smaller eyes work better. These larger ones seem to be a little tricky. Just gotta get that, you gotta sort of melt it around the eye. I know it looks tedious and stuff, but this is what you gotta do. It's slowly starting to melt. Yeah, I think the Solvaset is really killing it over here, so I might have to smudge it up a little bit, which is alright. But these eyes, it's weird. It's all about the curve, whether the eye is a pain in the ass or it goes on nice and smooth. I think I used one of these larger ones on something. I forgot what I used the larger ones on, and they went on great. I had no issue. But the eye was a little bit flatter, where this is definitely like a really good curved eye. They actually sculpted these really well, but it's a little too well for these decals. Like the Archer ones would go on no problem, but they're a little bit too small for these eye sockets. I think once it melts a little bit and it starts to dry and get a little bit tacky, that's when it sort of starts to stay and you can kind of get those air bubbles out. So you can kind of see this one, putting that little dot in the center of the eye kind of helped get the because what I did is I stabbed the center of the eye with the X-Acto blade, and then I guess that kind of helps get the air out of it too a little bit, and then I could put a little bit of black dot on there and some white dots around the edge. Yeah, that actually helped better. I might have to do that more often. Now this eye over here, this one over here, might be hard to see, but there's a little bit of a air bubble. But what it did is it created a little bit of a mess up with the ink, but it kind of looks pretty cool. Yeah, that dot in the middle helped this one a ton. Not bad. That one worked better. So that's something I might have to keep doing. That looks pretty decent. It's got sort of a bug-eyed, sick look to her. What we can do darken up the top of them a bit. Alright, pretty happy with that. Okay. Alright. Did notice that this eye socket's a little bit bigger than that eye socket, but it still works. Put the Alright, so let's walk away from Harley for a bit. Clean some of this up. Okay, so last time we left on Lola working on the skin. So she's got a nice tan to her, but there's a couple spots I need to take down. So we're gonna try to take it down a little bit in some areas. So I'm going to use some of my Garage Kids Transparency. Want to bring out some highlights in her cheeks and stuff, and she definitely has a tan to her, a little bit more of a golden color, but I just want to add a little extra. think that looks pretty good. Didn't want to go too crazy with the highlights on her, but she's got a nice golden tint to her. I think it looks alright now. So we got to start working on the face a little bit before we seal it up. If I'm not mistaken, her eyeshadow, I mean, we're going to do smoky eyes, but she had more of a red eyeshadow, I think. I don't remember. Maybe we'll see the tan a little bit more here. So you can kind of see it's a little bit more tan looking, which I like. Something a little different. A little bit different. Alright, so first, it's always easier to start off with some blush. In the eye socket, not much, but just a little bit. If her head wasn't attached, I would try to airbrush a little bit, but it's not going to work. a weird lava something in there. I like the light pink lipstick on her, but she has more of a red lipstick. Where's my pictures? Where's my pictures? Is this them? No. Is this them? Can't find my pictures. Yeah, she's got more. Yeah, the realistic ones are softer lips, so we'll go more of a pink on her. She's got green eyes, right? Yeah, I think I need to do a little bit later, but I don't know if I can get it with the pastels, but I'm gonna try. Just needed to see how the eyeballs look, you know? But with the tan look on her and the blush and stuff kind of coming together nicely. Yeah, I think that going this route with this one pastel will work. That's funny, Ed. Yeah, you know what it is I'm trying to keep it in camera, but that's the only problem with live streaming is to keep the camera there while painting. Because usually I'm in like my legs are up on the chair, I have the item in my hand, I got my glasses going and trying to do this stuff. Yeah, with the darker skin and the lighter lipstick, it looks pretty cool. I like it. Trying not to use any of the heavier reds. Do you want to... Let's see if I can... See, if you saw the way I normally paint like a head or really close, you guys would be like, how the hell am I have my legs on the desk? Yeah, but she's got a team of makeup artists that take care of her every time she leaves the house, right? For Lola, no. She's just gonna either any of the Patreon members want her first dibs. If not, she'll just be thrown up on eBay. So we'll see where she ends up. Just a side thing to do for the streams. Like I said, like stuff like this, I don't know if people really like the realistic look or if they want more of the, you know, Bugs Bunny animated Looney Tunes look, or, but we'll see. Without going crazy, I'm trying to do like little striations on the lips and then take it back down. Just to change it up a bit. Kind of see up a little close. Problem is once you start adding paint, it's a nightmare to try to get the pastels and make it soft again. So I'm just trying to build up, I guess, a little bit at a time. Definitely need to seal it though. I don't want to put the heavy red on there. forgot this is my custom head I had done. Throwing down some of the hair edge because I want to see some color against the skin, just to make sure you need to hit anything. So she is a blonde, or sort of a dirty blonde, I guess. We could do any kind of color I want, really. So what do you think, that's good enough for the lips? I gotta get this off my head. Gotta seal up the skin though. I don't feel like sealing it tonight because don't feel like breathing and all that stuff. Yeah, actually not bad. I don't think we need to go any darker with the lips, right? And got some nice eyeshadow on her. I think that works. Camera might make the lips a little bit darker, but in person they're really not that bad. So she's got a nice little eyeshadow and, you know, deep sockets. And I put the blush up there. I think that works. I don't think we need to go any crazier with that, right? Yeah, I think the rest of the skin's looking pretty good. I kind of like the way it's kind of. I'm sorry about the lighting. Let's see if you can. Yeah, it's got some variations to it. It's got a nice tan look to her. It's got to be sealed now. What I'll probably do is, since I got more of the matte varnish, I'll probably do it on Monday. This way, maybe if I do it early in the morning, I can open up the window in the studio. If it's not a hot day, I get some of the fumes out, and I can seal up the skin like I normally do. Yeah, she doesn't look too trashy, which is good. She's kind of more, you know, it's a little bit more natural, but she's still got the smoky eyes, like the raccoon said. So, yeah, I think that works. And then once she's sealed up and I flatten her, I guess with the lips I'll do a satin varnish over the lips. So they're not too glossy. So they'll look a little bit better in person. I think that's where I'm gonna call it for the weekend. I think we got some good stuff done today. At least Harley's just about finished. Next week we can paint up the base, and then after that, it's got to do touch-ups. So let's kind of get these two next to each other without scraping anything. So what I gotta do is seal up Harley's eyes now, because they look pretty decent. Seal up Harley's eyes. After that we gotta do her neck, touch-ups, and then the base. And then after that, she could go up on eBay and hopefully she'll sell, and we can get the Jessica Rabbits off of Raz, you know, and run with those. And then Lola would keep plugging away. I figure get Harley done, and then get her up on eBay, and then we could start finishing up Lola. And then after that, hopefully it'll give me some funds to get Raz to do the Jessica Rabbits for us. And then we can start voting on the Jessica Rabbit. So once Lola starts getting closer to finish, we'll start voting on Jessica's and go from there. Hellspawn, this is a candy coat red. It's a chrome silver base and then a candy coat red on top, and then the black is a little bit of a chrome mixed into it and then gloss coated. I did it 2-3 videos back, I think. Yeah, I think the Jessicas are going to be fun. So we're going to do 3 Jessicas. One is going to be the O'Hara from Star Trek, and then we got to vote on the other 2 Jessicas. I gotta come up with some ideas of what I think would be fun, and then see how we could do the other 2. I'm thinking maybe one Jessica we do a random vote, and then maybe the 3rd Jessica I do pick a couple that I think would be fun for me to do. I don't know. What do you guys think? Hellspawn, I don't know. I'm just going to throw her up on eBay. Unless any of the Patreon members want to get her first. I have no clue. I think if I throw it up on eBay, I'll throw it up on a basic price and just let it ride. Only because I got her really cheap. Okay, Raz. Yeah, we got a little bit of time. I still gotta finish up Lola and go from there. And if there's some breather between getting the Jessica's done, because I'm not gonna rush you to do it, I can always work on some other stuff on the side. You know, some commissions or some other. I got plenty of stuff here I could kind of screw around with on the stream. You know, I even have I got the Jill Valentine kit I gotta still do a video for. And then I also have I got the Lady D from Resident Evil. I got that kit. But I want to do a different outfit on that for fun. Trying to think of what else I got. Yeah, that's fine, Raz. We got time. Trust me. There's always something I can screw around with on stream and kind of mess around with. Yeah, no, I feel you, Raz. I feel you. I do have these two. I'll show you these two I'm sitting on. The only thing is I need heads. I gotta come up with some ideas for these two Phoenix statues I have. So I got these two Phoenixes here. And I'm trying to brainstorm what poses these two could be used for. You know? So I went ahead and I as a filler item, I made generic bases and I got the key set up for these two. So I have hands for them because Raz printed me up a crap load of hands. Except I don't have heads for these items. But I'm trying to figure out what poses these would work, you know. I was thinking of a Invisible Woman. If I could get like a crappy glass or plastic dome I could cut, make it look like she's kind of putting up a visible dome around her. That was one idea I was thinking of. Another one I was thinking of doing is Jean Grey, but in her green skirt. That was another one I was thinking of doing. How the hell did this break up here? I don't even know how that broke. Red Lantern Supergirl? I'll have to look that up real quick. Let me check. These are just side items that I kind of just like, use as filler. You can see I've been using extra A's and stuff. Oh, that's from the New 52 outfit. Yeah, the only problem is the cape. I want to stay away from a cape for a while. I've been working on other capes for other stuff, and capes are a pain in the ass. And I don't want to do cloth capes anymore because they're even worse. Hero Academia. Oh, those characters. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. See, I was thinking of I was thinking, hold on, I'll find it for you. Uh, this would load. So I was thinking of this Invisible Woman outfit. So I was thinking of doing one Invisible Woman where get like a fish bowl or a glass bowl or gerber bowl or something and put it around the bottom of the base, but then break it up and look like it's coming up around her and like rocks and stuff or something. So I was thinking of that for one, only because that's like that 90s outfit where it only lasted a little bit of time and then it was taken away. And I just always wanted to take a crack at that outfit. So I was thinking of one of those. Hero Academia is possible. I'll have to go through them, Raz, but I gotta see what I could do with one of these statues, you know. But I gotta bug you to print me some heads, because the heads that came with this one, I didn't like them and I sold them off on eBay, so I gotta print different heads for this. Yeah, Jerry, that boob window, the 4. Only because, like I said, it's a 90s outfit, and I saw this guy on DeviantArt that uses AI, and I just like the way the outfit sort of fits onto the form, and I thought it'd be a cool idea. But like I said, just side projects. I'm trying to think of stuff that I can do with these two, where if like I have a little extra Aves and it's sort of like getting tougher, I could sort of work out the outfit, you know. But it's like I said, just side project stuff. Just something I'm kind of just debating on. The statue's nice. It's just that the heads that came with it, I didn't like those heads, you know. So I got to figure out something else. I'll just have to get Raz to print me a couple heads. I got a couple files I can send you, Raz, to print heads, and we'll go from there. But till then, I just got to kind of think about what I'm gonna do. No, Jerry, that's blasphemy. You can't. It's got to be a circle. I should just for suggesting that, I should ban you. It has to be a specific look. You cannot venture out to something else. But the other one I was thinking of is the old Jean Grey outfit with the skirt. But I don't know if I want to do that one. Well, I might. I found a really cool picture of the Jean Grey in the green outfit, you know, when she was a Marvel girl, I guess. And the way the outfit is designed, it's more like a leather outfit instead of like a flat outfit. And I thought if I could capture that look, it would look kind of cool. No, she didn't have a boob window, but she still had cleavage. Is her first appearance here? I already made this version of her. See? Actually, she does have the boob window on the cover. So, you're wrong. Haha. Here she has the boob window with the circle, but then they did it where it wasn't, it was two brooches. I don't know. I Gotta figure out something. I am Jerry. I have to. My characters, I have to do what I gotta do. I don't know. So I'm thinking Invisible Woman and then somebody else. Maybe the Jean Grey. I don't know. I can't really think of anything else for this pose. That's the problem. Hey, Devastator. Things are going well. Busy day. Getting ready to close up shop. Just kind of yabbing a little bit. So we got Harley's sort of almost done, and then Lola. We did the face stuff on her today. What is Siren? Oh, are you talking about what Siren? Siren from what? The hell is Siren? You gotta be more specific with some of these characters. Siren? Is that from Marvel? Oh, oh, her. Oh, that's like Banshee. Yeah, that could work. I don't know if I want to sculpt those wings though. I mean, I just painted up that Banshee kit. The only problem though is if I was to do that, I would have to have a statue with her mouth open, and I don't know many good-looking stuff to do. Well, you know what it is? It's not that the wings would be hard on this one. It's the get them lined up on front and back. That's the problem. Let's see, so let's find a picture. I don't know where that one picture is, but why so this is the one I was thinking of doing. Yeah, I might hit you up, Terrell. Just going through other poses. Like I said, I want to stay away from capes just because I need a break from capes for a while. Capes are such a pain in the ass to add a bar into the back and make sure it goes on and off the statue, and it's a pain in the ass. Not that I can't do it, it's just sometimes I just need a breather, I guess you can say. Trying to think. I'm looking at a lot of Marvel characters. I've done so many. I want to do the Invisible Woman for one of them. far as video game characters for these poses, I don't know. It's more of a power flying pose, you know, hovering pose. And the other thing too is whatever I do, I gotta figure out what to do with the bases, you know. Yeah, I know. With a pose like this, it's either, yeah, most of them would have keeps. Trying to think of it. Like I said, I don't know. I don't know. I'm also trying to come up with some ideas where I don't have to ask people to 3D print all kinds of things. You know, like you said, like the Supergirl Red Lantern. I thought about other Lantern characters, but then I got to get the symbols printed up and make sure they're in scale. I'm trying to. I don't know. Like I said, I think I narrowed it down to just Invisible Woman and Marvel Girl. I don't know. If you guys have any thoughts by next stream, let me know. Like, these are just kind of collecting dust till I figure out what to do. I've just been, you know, just using Aves. Because what I did is I chopped off of Jean Grey's stuff on her legs. And then I used a bunch of Aves to fill it in. And then I sanded it down when I had free time. Rogue? No, I'm sick of Rogue. I really am. I've done so many of those sideshow rogues. I'm doing another one now. I don't know. I'm like, and there's so many rogues out there that are coming out. It's crazy. I thought of Samus 2 from Metroid, but I don't think the pose works for her. I don't know. Like I said, it's more of a hovering, powering up pose. I've already done the Green Lantern girl. I forgot her name already. I did that one with the skirt. I think I'll have the same statue, right? Yeah, I saw it, Terrell. It looks pretty good. Yeah, rogues get boring though. I mean, it's okay to do a rogue here and there, but near. I have no clue who that is. Let's see. N-A-G-R-I-E. Ito? Let's see. Raz, that character could work, but she's in a schoolgirl outfit, or I'm not really sure. She's got like tons of outfits. I just finished the storm. I haven't posted the video yet. Okay, I think I see it. So she's got this weird little okay, so she's got these like big wrist guards and stuff. Alright, I see what you're talking about. Let's see, was it which one was it? Ultron cover? No, no, there's a lot of DC females, but I have a Supergirl I'm doing for myself, but that's in the short blue skirt and white top, Linda Danvers. That's I haven't gotten to that yet. Um, this pose would work for a Raven from DC, but I don't want to do a cape. Evil Girl from Invincible. Which one is that? Spider Woman? Yeah, Spider Woman could work, but the pose doesn't work. Arissa? Is that who it is? Let me see. Yeah, I didn't finish watching Invincible. But I see who you're talking about. That could work, but Lady Death or Elvira? Yeah, this pose wouldn't work for her. I mean, the Arissa from Invincible looks okay, but I need to find some solid outfits. Yeah, I've done so many, basic characters. I don't know, and I don't think the bombshells would work either. This is a Supergirl bombshell, has a cape. Yeah, but the only thing with Lady Death, you have to have a Lady Death head sculpt, right? You can't just do a random sculpt and call it Lady Death. Right? Or am I wrong? Let's see, do I still have a stack of comics over here? No, it's not Rukin. These are side projects to get out the door. Well, do they have if one of you guys want to look, do they have like Lady Death sculpts? Whatchamacallit? On the CG Trader that have decent heads, you can just kind of print out the head. I mean, I could do a Wonder Girl, but I like my favorite version of Wonder Girl is the one I did a while back with the W on her chest and the jeans. Vampirella. Another Captain Marvel just to sell off, file a veil. but I'll end up wanting to keep it though. I love the Extreme X-Men outfits, but this is probably my favorite Rogue outfit too. All the Extreme X-Men outfits are amazing. Yeah, that's true, Raccoon. I forgot I had this book here. The Vampirella, which one? I have the 1/3 Vampirella, the one where she's standing next to the thing. But that's going to be a fun side project when I get a chance to start it. One of those to sell off. This is a 90s handbook. Maybe there's some 90s character I forgot about. Probably not, though. Oh, okay, it's probably one of the newer ones. Shard? Isn't this Bishop's sister or something? Yeah, Bishop's, yeah, brother. Hey Jose, oh, I'm sitting on just kind of brainstorming. Got these two Jean Grey items here on the side that I've just been debating on. One I want to turn into whatchamacallit, Invisible Woman. I posted the link a little bit earlier in chat what I would like to do. Starfire? I don't know. I did a Starfire a while ago. I gotta make another Kid Flash for myself. One if I ever find a good running pose. Nova Galactus Herald. I would, but didn't they just come out with one? Didn't somebody do one? That, I mean, and then trying to get that chrome, gold, silver be a pain in the ass. Aurora from Alpha Flight? I haven't done one of her in a long time. Would this pose work for Aurora though? Because that's a simple outfit. I always like this, what's her name again? Wasp's outfit. One of my favorite outfits, but I would have to do Wasp wings, which I don't want to do. Superwoman from R3. Isn't that the evil Superwoman? Because I want to make her, but I don't want to waste that one on this sculpt. If it's the one it's the one with the black outfit, right? She was in the animated movie. Yeah, I want to make her Rukin. She's on my list, but I want to find a good sculpt for her first. I don't want to waste it on this sculpt. Like I said, I got these really cheap, and they're collecting dust, and I just kind of want to do something on the side simple and throw them up on eBay and use it for more like, you know, Friday stream items. Yellow and white? Oh, let me see. Like I said, I'm brainstorming. Yellow. You want me just to paint yellow all friggin' day, don't you? Oh, you're talking about, that's that old school one, huh? Hmm. Stargirl? But I would have to make a staff, right? I mean, Stargirl could work. I don't know, with Stargirl though, it needs to be more of a younger, like, you know, not as defined, I guess. Possibly. Hawk Girl? Nah, like you're see, it's the wings and capes and stuff like that I want to stay away from with these. Trying to keep things a little bit simple. Evil Lynn? That's a little bit complex with the outfit, right? Yeah, it's kind of hard in a pose like this because, like you said, mostly every girl, every hero or female or pose like this has got a cape. I don't want to do another cape. Just need a break, just a breather. That's all. I don't know. You guys gave me some good ideas. I'll have to look through them and kind of plan out what I want to do, what I don't want to do. I want to do something that works, that will at least sell on eBay, but I also want to do something that's not super complex, if you know what I'm saying. One day I want to make Lana from Archer, though. Have you ever seen the Archer cartoon? I want to make a Lana one day, but it won't work with a superhero outfit like this. More of like a gun pose, like a Black Widow pose or something. Lady Blackhawk. I don't know who that is. Probably. Oh, I think I know. You're talking about she's got the hat and skirt, right? Yeah, I've always wanted, Rukin, we're on the same page. I've always wanted to make one of her, and I always, but it's just that I haven't found a pose that works yet. We're kind of on the same page with stuff, but a lot of the characters you're suggesting are stuff that I really want a good statue for. Another pose that would work is Black Mary, which is Mary Marvel from DC, but when she was turned evil. Have you guys seen that outfit? That's one that I would like to try again. I think is that one. That one could work. I did a bust of her a long time ago, but I don't know, maybe that one? What do you guys think? You like that one? That's when she was evil there for a while. Retro Carol Danvers as Miss Marvel. Yeah, I might end up wanting to keep it. I don't want to do that one again. As of right now, it's a toss-up with Invisible Woman and Black Mary. That actually, the Black Mary one might be pretty cool. I'm gonna have to mull it over. If you guys have any other ideas, like think about if you come up with any ideas between now and next Friday. No capes, no wings, simple but not too crazy. I'm okay with a Dragon Ball character if it's not too involved. Like I said, these are just some simple side things just to get done and sell on eBay. Try not to overdo it. Baroness from G.I. Joe? Is that who you're saying? I don't think it'll fit the pose though. I don't know. Think about it, guys. But I think this is where I'm going to call it for tonight. I'm tired. Figure out this way, go get some stuff done ready for tomorrow. Well, like I said, Raz, come up with some ideas. Let me know by next week. I'll look at some pictures and we'll see. But that's kind of where I'm ending it. I need a break. But, alright. So you guys have a good rest of your weekend. See you guys next week. And hopefully we can get at least Harley all finished up.